I personally love autosave features. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That's pretty good. Really? This is good? I didn't change anything. All I did was, like, turn a setting on and off again. But okay, sure. I'm glad. Chris Pratt Mario. I think that's very funny. Charles Martinet, they said no. They said we literally directed the Minion movie. I think we know what we're doing. And so here they are. And now they making Chris Pratt Mario. Seth Rogen Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong's gonna come on screen and go like That's what he's gonna do. I'm counting on that. If he doesn't, I want to be upset. Casting is just so weird though. I don't know. It's kind of like the logic of how, like, it's just celebrity casting. Like, it just doesn't make sense. But it's celebrity casting because apparently, it gets more people to watch the film. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it, right? So, I don't know. Okay, well, I'm ready to start. I don't know if, Swiler, are you ready? Because I think you might be the only one here. Swiler, hang on. Let's have a moment together. Just you and me. Under the milky twilight. Shnim shnam da bimdi bumda, Swiley boy. You understand? Clearly you don't. Otherwise you wouldn't have come to this stream. That was your first mistake. Okay. Ace Attorney Chronicles. Episode 2, Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Okay. This is crazy. So all I know about this case is that there's a haunted house, and also someone dies in the haunted house, and they're like, "Oh, it's haunted!" And then it takes place. You guys remember Case 4 from the first game, where the person threw a knife at their husband and it fell out the window and killed someone on the street, or stabbed him? Didn't kill him. The one with Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy. Yeah, that case. This case happened in the same building. Like, just like a floor down. Which is crazy. So, let's run it. And the first case was called, the case of the Clouded Kokoro. This case is called The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. So we're going back to that street that we were on.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night.
Yeah.
One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Not Briar Road.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Yes.
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight.
The harrowing plight.
Then in the dim and flickering shadows of gaslight, did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that
No,
very night.
not a second bizarre crime.
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death.
Haunted apartment of death?
Curse. The
That's not
dread
good.
Demon of coal gas.
The Dread Demon.
Yet, though the great detective had at once
Hey, yo.
discerned the truth upon his arrival,
Discerned the truth upon his arrival? Is Harlock Sholmes that smart?
it only proved to be the overture.
Guys, guess who that
against
is.
The rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
On a most tragic play, you say? Written by who? Shakespeare? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. Since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In fact, so since the Egbert Benedict trial, he hasn't gone back? Why? You lost your right to return. Is that the trial he's talking about? It might be a different one. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. This is dramatic. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland, from Susibaka. Hey, yo. Susibaka letter? Mmm, what a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. Breakfast! Oh yeah, guys, at my internship this summer, we had a, there was a button on the ceiling, like a Staples, like that was easy type button, just like a button on the ceiling, and if you jumped up and hit it, it just went breakfast. And I don't know why it was there. I never figured that out. But people would just like, all right, I'm heading out for the day, and then whoop, go up and hit it and breakfast. Okay, the little peepee goblin better show up. I want to see Wagahai. 30th August, 7:28 a.m. Shom sweet. Oh, Runo, good. Hello, Iris. You little Iris is. I say Iris is qualified. Iris qualifies as half goblin for sure. I think. Yeah, maybe like a third goblin. She's pretty small, and she's got those goblin eyes. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Hey, yo. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Warning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Hey, bud. How you doing? Yeah. Sholmes, why are you up here looking at me like that? Look in those eyes. You know how Goblin has wisdom in her eyes shattered? Look into his eyes. There is no wisdom. There's nothing behind those eyes. There's absolutely nothing. I see, so that's it. Do you fart? Do you have games on your phone? Do you have games on your phone? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? Yeah, what is he talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you fart, of course. You have this very morning met with a surprise. Maybe. Well, is that not the case? Oh, God. I'm dying. Okay. Don't die, Nico. Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you have been flustered this morning. How does he know me so well? Can I talk now? Yeah, bud. But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. No, you're wrong, not Ryunosuke. Oh, it has. And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. What? Did he like get drunk and just start wrestling people? Hurley pulled your button off. Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? He completely forgot that he ripped my button off. As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabout on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. Jones, what's gotten into this guy? What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. Yeah, was it unerring? But Hurley, Runo said when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. So I told him I had a surprise this morning, and he's like, wait! I'm deducing that you had a surprise this morning. Yeah. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. This is not the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Maybe there is. Probably. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. Okay. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. Is this like the Gregson tea, when he would go nuts for her tea? And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes is published in Ranced magazine. Hey, yo. Imagine having a 10-year-old publisher. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What happened to you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Hey, yo. Oh, from Sussy, you mean? Was it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. She defended in court. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Hey yo. Breakfast. Miss Sasibaka's letter. Sassy letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by International Post. Oh, how lovely! Look at Sussy's beautiful handwriting. I wish I could read it. You can't read that? How is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Yeah, yo, Sasibaka going crazy. Court offense? Court defense implies the existence of court offense. Casual dining implies the existence of competitive dining. Oh, really? Oh, she really... Isn't she wonderful? She's pretty cool. A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too. Yeah, I've won 5 cases. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume, no, I don't recall that name. Of course you do, we literally helped the man. He was in jail. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? 2?! Wait, is this taking place after the existence of the cases? Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and a mustache. They didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you. Clearly. I like Holmes. He's funny. Startling news. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Sasibaka? You remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Sasibaka asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Hey, yo. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with the case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? Oh! You know what's crazy is that I think this is pretty obvious, actually, but Herlock Sholmes is literally just playing the part of a dumbass. I do think he's partly dumbass. I think he's like 30% dumbass, but I think he's like 70% like he knows the strings that hold together the universe. He knows everything. Also, and he's like really smart. He just doesn't show it. Well, of course he's really smart, but you know what I mean. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mrs. Sasibaka's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send the telegram. Oh, that case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. See, he knows something, and he's look at, see? Herlock Sholmes is all like, I don't know what you're talking about, but don't publish that story because it's important. The story must not be published, she said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Is he gaslighting a 10-year-old? I didn't say that. You said that. Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susibaka was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Yeah. Miss Sasato's repatriation. It's been 4 months now since we waved Sussy off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was. Due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. But her father had not passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. It was a ruse. I've tricked you. I deceived you. You fell victim. A ruse? So Sussy's daddy lied to her so she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea, but she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Alright, well, it's time to lodge these haunted fellas. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susibaka's father's hiding. Hiding secrets. Ellie, do you know what this is all about? Oi! I think he does. Oh, well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. I highly doubt that. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? Let's go, Iris. I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Bye, Hurley. Bye, Hurley. Alright, just me and little Goblin. He scuttled off rather quickly. Did he scuttle off? Did he beetle off hut-wise? Because if not, then I don't care. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Seki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah! Aha! I found them at last! Iris, are they? The notes about the case. That's right. Sussy and I compiled them together. Hey, yo. The case of the haunted lodgings. You want to read them, Bruno? Yes. Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. Hang on, I gotta adjust my volume real quick. And this music's bumping. Okay. Oopsies. That's the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation in that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Why? Did I like lose my law license in this case? Like in the case I'm about to play? Okay. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. London! The Bean Lady, A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the same time and was duly arrested. Soseki Daddy. That man was Soseki-san, aka Pops from a regular show. And the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Sasibaka and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Yes, was the man's reaction after that trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Yeah, why was it so short-lived? We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The next morning! Literally the next morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Oh, that's good. Hurry to Bart's at once. Bart's? What is Bart's? Bark's root beer? So Sasibaka and I summoned a handsome... What is a handsome? Handsome boy? And headed immediately to the hospital. Summoned a handsome. I wish I could summon a handsome. A fresh lemony boy. A lemony lemon. Whoa! There's a rat! There's a rat! They're going full rat mode on the bottom over here. Are we in the hospital? St. Bartholomew's Hospital, recovery ward. Okay. Hey, you off at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh? You're late! What on earth took you so long? The telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. Okay, so this is taking place between case 4 and 5. Okay, so this happened after case 4, but before case 5 of the first game. I think is what's happening right now. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we've made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. Ha. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim's over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Hey, yo? Uh-oh. She looks like an Oompa Loompa. She looks like, I don't know what she looks like. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Is she okay? Her name is Miss Green. Really? I wonder why she... I wonder why she's named that way. You guys, you guys... I don't get it. Why is she named like that? Her name is... yes, here we are, Miss Green. Hello. What name should I give her? Or what... Not name. What, voice should I give her? Good morning. Woo! Hello. How you doing? Hello, I'm Muranosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Nico, do you like olives? No. I like Olive Garden. What voice should I give this lady? Let's think about this. I think since this is technically a new game, I could probably overlap a couple of voices from the last one, because I don't know who else to do. I could just give her like a... Oh no! Was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer baka. I like the stinky rat on the right. It's just chilling over there. And I'm Sasibaka. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one?
No, I assure you I'm Naruto's judicial assistant. We heard that you've regained consciousness and we wanted to come give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Thank you.
I like to assume she's like really nerd. Swiler, did you know what her name was? How did you know that? Oh yeah, it's from the fourth case. The fourth case, yeah. I forgot that they had her name in there.
I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. What I really mean is, I desperately wanted to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to be bent over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Yeah. What happened? To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking down the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day. The fog was so thick. I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Oh, and there it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruto's hard work in court that solved the case. Yeah, you silly Sholmes boyo. Are you yet to hear what has happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are. Yeah. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Ha! About yourself. Also, what's up with that key on your neck? So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Hey, yo.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see, how very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre.
Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Moustache. Maleficent Mr. Moustache.
Inferior means, I suppose Saseki-san does fit the bill.
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all.
What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Yeah.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
No.
If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. She's got a key on her face. Whatever. Rat. What do you think the stinky boy's doing?
Eek, a mouse, Mr. Naruto, an enormous mouse.
That is literally a huge mouse. Like, compared to, like, the size of that suitcase, that is massive. It's bigger than most, like, squirrels. Vermin in the hospital. That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it?
It's very plump. I'm not sure we can really say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. I agree. What is this? What is this statue? This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
Oh, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you don't want to draw a full-figured person, it is the right tool for the job. Yes. Who's this? Who's on the frame? Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Who is it? Ayo?
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Are they brother-sister? Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? They look too similar. I don't think so.
My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't think you had a sense for the matters of the heart.
Yeah, Naruhodo. Not in the least. I sincerely said that the first thing I thought of. Matters of the heart.
Mr. Naruhodo here, Mr. Naruhodo!
That's me. Narrow fodder? Narrow fodder? There's Olive Green and Oliver Green. Well, if you're looking for Mr. Naruhodo the lawyer, that's me, but...
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo! Good. It's for you. Right around Mr. Saucy Nutmeg.
What? Mr. Saucy Nutmeg? That sounds like a bad porn star name. Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Nutsmeg. Okay, sorry. Oh, Mr. Natsumi. Mr. Natsumi sent a message to me?
Why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsumi?
Exactly. What's going on? He got arrested again. What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning?
Ah! What are you waiting for? Let me see that!
Oh?
Ooh. Well, this is most unexpected.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes?
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note?
No, I literally just got it and you took it. No, how could I have?
It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A new case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? What? What?
I like doing the Little John.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Color cab. Time is of the essence.
But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsumi's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That would be entirely convenient.
Convenience? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Not again.
Wait, what? Literally like the day after? All hail a fiacre? Fiacre? How do you say that? Fiacre? At once? I don't know how to pronounce that. Well, at least we get to do more of Saseki-san's voice. I really like doing Saseki-san's voice. He's my favorite character to do. It was only yesterday that Saseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at that man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover that it was worse than we thought. That's not good. I don't like worse than we thought. That's not something I'm a fan of, actually. I like Saseki. 21st February, 7:18 a.m. Man, this is like 6 months ago in the game. Mr. Natsumi's lodgings, ground floor. Oh! Whoa! Oh, this is a tragedy. Did my man go down? What on earth?
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead.
Can you tell just by looking at him? There's just a big dude. Locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Mr. Natsumi. Why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch the worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I agree with him. You don't want a worm without wiggle.
I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Is that what we're just gonna call him now?
Not the horrible Herlock Sholmes.
Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself to the door! I never invited you! Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
He just... just lets out a real gassy one right here. Hey, Luigi! Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario.
Hey! Here they are already, the busybodies!
Oh, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise.
Pleasant is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Sholmes!
Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is as a result of your excessive consumption of fried food.
Yeah, he eats a lot of those. Good morning, Inspector.
This is the crime scene, don't you go touching anything!
Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Uh-oh. What happened to him? Who is this man?
Oi! I said hands off, you're gonna mess up my crime scene!
Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all.
No chance! I know you're kind, you'll mess it up just by looking at it.
Okay, rude. Someone's in a bad mood. Yeah, why is he in such a bad mood?
There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there?
Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he?
Mr. William Shamspeare! He was a lodger here.
William Shamspeare?
As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead.
Mr. Shamspeare?
It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsumi, who found him.
What have you missed? Nothing? Other than, I don't know. What happened? Sholmes is being a sussy baka? Yeah, we met Olive and Oliver. We met Olive and Oliver.
The fella didn't rise at his usual hours, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down.
He kicked the door down? But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg?
Yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking.
Really? Saseki-san?
The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it.
Wow, that's really cool of you, Gregson. You're being a weenie right now. Gregson be like, I got heartburn. Bro, stop eating fries. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene?
Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter.
You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Maybe?
Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under some suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? He already farted in this very room. He already squeezed out like he ripped out like 3 farts. 3 greasers. Poor man, how unfortunate.
Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here.
Are you a smart fella or a fart smeller?
But I don't think the fella's been gone that long. The body's still warm.
Wait, the body's still warm? Then it happened very recently. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. I like how we're just looking at him. Also, his hat's on the ground? Okay. Well, that's probably not good. Let's talk to Soseki Man. What a terrible thing to have happened.
It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences.
So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose.
So did you know the victim? Were you friends?
Maybe.
He's not doing too hot. What's the matter with Soseki-san now? He's quaking. It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it?
Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. Did he ever invite me to his room? No, never. On my honor, I swear it.
What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Baby.
When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking for you to come.
Gregson is just judging me over there.
Through that inspector over there.
Yeah. What's Sholmes doing? What's my man doing over here? Hey, bud. What's going on up there? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Is he trying to get a better view of the crime scene?
Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally.
He's got eagle eyes. There's nothing natural about that pose. No, that's very natural. He's acting as he should be. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Is it time to logic? Is it time to logic already?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
Only what actually happened. He's gonna be like, a crow came in and started pecking out his eyes. And then the crow flew away. Except the crow actually stole Mr. Natsumi's sandwich. Which is why Mr. Natsumi was in the room, because he was chasing the crow. And the crow pecked the eyes of the victim out. And Mr. Natsumi was like, well, now I have a dead body and no sandwich. That's my prediction for what Sholmes is going to deduce. You guys think I'll be right? I think I'm going to be right.
So far,
my goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way.
Ollie, I have to do it to make myself look smart. I like, you know, because otherwise I just can't keep up, you know?
At the present time, I've managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there wasn't a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life.
What? Mr. Natsumi, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow?
No, don't mind me. Forget I was here.
Okay, bye.
And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
I mean, there could have been a gas leak that killed him, I guess. If the stove downstairs in Saseki's room, I don't know, like a gas leak, you could breathe that in and die. I guess. If there was no struggle.
Nonsense!
Oh, what's going on, man? Alright, Mr. Natsumi, why are you reacting so extremely violently to Mr. Sholmes' deductions?
No, please! Pretend I'm not here!
No, you're yelling at me, dude.
Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant.
Man's about to scuttle off and beetle off. No, he's about to beetle off Hutwise. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail.
But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts.
We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time?
So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1.
Hey, yo.
The great deduction. The game is afoot.
Topic 1. Cause of death. Hey, yo.
Careful observation of the victim reveals to us that the events transpired in this disconsolate room last night.
Look at his face. Jesus.
Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap, meaning, indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer.
Natsumi is like, bruh.
It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life.
Hey, yo.
Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison.
He just ate the soap.
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap.
Okay, I don't know whether my crow theory was actually more crazy than what he's predicting.
Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course.
Alright, Sholmes eats candle wax confirmed. Yeah, Sholmes eats soap. Poisoning from soap ingestion. Suicide or murder? You're saying this guy killed himself with soap?
The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder?
Look at Saseki, he's like... No, wait. There he is. He's not doing too hot.
The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal would have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence he wafted an inferior scent.
Yeah, man.
And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on the way to the hereafter.
Man, you're saying this man committed suicide by eating soap? No perpetrator present? Okay, Sholmes, sure. So Sholmes is a candle chewer confirmed. I know, it's hilarious.
Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction.
Alright, good deduction. Alright, yeah, that was awesome.
Mario.
There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes.
You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you?
Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap?
It's quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It's a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing.
How extraordinary.
In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past.
Haven't we all? I mean, let's be honest, guys. Sometimes you're just feeling down and you need a squirt of hand soap. Makes you feel better. You've eaten it, you mean?
My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut.
And did it?
As I writhed in agony on the floor and split the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous.
Yeah.
It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it.
Believe me, I would need it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsumi. Ah! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow.
Nonsense.
Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsumi's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Gentle corrections? Mr. Sholmes, he didn't eat soap. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out, yo. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords of Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. Okay, yeah.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Act 1.
The game is afoot. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
Careful observation of the victim reveals to us that the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night.
Yes, indeed.
Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison.
Oh, Natsumi doesn't like that.
Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap, meaning, indubitably, why is this soap set so purposefully on the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer.
Saseki, bruh. Well, you can't deny that the fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Teacup. I think he was drinking tea with... Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Oh, how about this for an idea? The cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. What does the line say? Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. The teacup, I would assume. The teacup reveals the answer. I don't know, I could examine the fork. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap full stop. Well then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we just decide the man used the fork to eat the soap, we we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholm's deduction. We really ought to consider some other clues. Yeah, like the tea boy. Let's do that. Alright. I didn't get that right. Here we have an empty teacup with the arm's reach of the victim. I must have not examined everything. To cause death, the possibility that was administered in his drink can't be overlooked. Yeah, maybe.
My dear fellow, possibilities are endless. The question is that we are currently pondering is whether or not this vivacious-looking victim ate the soap. Ah, till we have established that, I suggest you keep your possibilities to yourself.
Ah! Looks like I was getting ahead of myself. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, what did I not examine? Vivacious? Might not be the most appropriate term to describe a dead man, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah. He is quite vivacious, though. Some soap on a plate and a fork in hand. Even so, surely you wouldn't try to eat soap no matter how hungry you were. That's why we must determine, was the victim eating soap when he died or not? Then we can establish with some certainty we shan't make any progress. Okay, there's another piece of soap. There's more soap. There's also a hat. Hello, hat. I'm a big fan of hat. I do like hat. Other soap. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must have really loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at the soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. I assume this is it. I don't see anything else. Literally, there's nothing else that it could be. He's got J's on. I'm just making sure. It's got to be this. All right.
Take that!
Take that! Other piece of soap. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer.
It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depth of hunger could drive a man to attempt to eat soap.
That was just your conclusion. Yeah, the kilogram of steel or the kilogram of feathers. Yeah, that's a good one.
Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite.
That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food at the table.
An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate.
Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. There are no signs of food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Oh, so now it's the teacup? The victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup, I assume. There's nothing else it could be. Right? The fork? Could be the fork. I assume it's the teacup, though. Maybe? Let's examine the fork. If the victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yes, that's a real mystery, isn't it? Ah, I've got it. He wasn't interested in eating the soap at all. It was the fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with. Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning that the gentleman had particular taste. So not to say that's a gentle way with words, but I know what I've been told off. Yeah. Alright, teacup, what do you got? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. The teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Aye! Yes, the victim's life was claimed by the poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed! Cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. Saseki's bugging out right now. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Is that actually it? Okay. Poison in the tea. Okay. Man, that's good. Suicide or murder? Alright. No possible perpetrator present. The cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? Hey, yo, Saseki knows something. The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. Hey. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsumi's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for more clues. Hey, yo. Fork. What can I... What? But there's a second teacup! Other teacup? Why couldn't we see this earlier? Alright, I mean, it doesn't make sense, but... Why does he have two teacups? He was dining with someone else. It's a teacup! And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamspeare was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up to now is turned on its head. Wow. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel. Well, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
Take that!
Take that! Wow. Bang! Did the man dine and die alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Hey, yo. Yes, there were two teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper... Is that Egbert Benedict's the outline? Or is that Bruce Fairplay? Whose outline is that? There was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night, taking tea with the victim.
What are you talking about? Utterly unbelievable and justly unreasonable.
To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Uh-oh. Natsumi's like, I don't like that. Do you mean to say you know exactly who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Oh, it's not the broken lock. Where does the gaze go? That's what Sholmes has taught us. Where is the Saseki looking right now? I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back on the halcyon days of eating too much soap. What? I don't know how to pronounce that. But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, can you try to ignore your feelings? Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruto. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Is this the French water? There's no way. Hey, yo. Candle? Let's observe. Halcyon? Okay. Okay, so what's the word say? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course... Wait. What did Sholmes say? We know exactly who was in the room. Is it the bottle? It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air! Makes you think, doesn't it? What? Makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother, Sasato sounds equipped and response was cleverer than my original riddle. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... Oh! I know these.
The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Lecoq. Canterbury Yearnings. My lord. Please excuse the placing of my hollowed ass cheeks upon this bench.
A meal for Gabarin. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsumi purchased the other day.
What?
Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Zaki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, so that's right. Now these 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsumi claims to have never been here before. Ruh-roh. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. I think you do. Pile of familiar books. I want to examine the candle because I want to see what it says. So I'm going to do that. Even Mr. Shamspear didn't eat candles, it seems. But Sholmes diz. Diz? I tried to say does and... I don't know what I tried to say. Words are hard. We've already established that he didn't eat soap either. Ah, do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night? Even if he or she did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity? Good point. There goes my idea. Snuffed out like that candle will be. If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruhodo, you're in danger of blowing out the flame. Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo.
Take that!
Mr. Naruhodo.
Brow.
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books.
Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth.
Hey? Mr. Natsumi, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. That's just a coincidence.
In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
No, never, non-negotiable.
If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Ooh. Yo, did the visuals actually improve in this game? I feel like they're getting better at these dance and deductions, like making them all like... I think this one's like the most visually detailed one. Maybe. I don't know, Case 5's one was kind of good. Or like, you know, visually interesting, if that makes sense. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening. But you never mentioned that.
Yeah. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room.
He's beetling off Hutwise there.
Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy.
In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And the same night the victim had a visitor. And that...
No, that was Rinosuke's his voice I did wrong.
And that visitor...
Shoma's face there was funny. was you, Mr. Saseki Natsumi. Natsumi, not inside. Excuse yourself if you want to do that. Jeez.
Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction.
Now that's cool. So Seki Natsume at the scene. Now that's cool. Deduction complete. Elementary. Yeah. Elementary. I like those.
Not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsumi. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes! Oh, a key locked! Entry, exit, entirely impossible!
He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. Does Gregson have a corn dog now? What does Gregson have? Hang on. Look at that! What is that? Why does he have a corn dog down there? It's a fish? No, I'm gonna act like it's a corn dog. No, I think it's a corn dog because I said so, Ollie. No, I know you're right.
Well, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. Oh, what? You live in the same building, after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me. Sorry, sir. You'll definitely get your chance to give your side of the story later.
The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache.
You horrible Herlock Sholmes!
He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Maybe.
Come on now, no dilly-dallying outside. There's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto, Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent.
Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it.
And one more thing.
Oh, yes?
My poor little kitty cat. Please give him breakfast for me.
Little goblin, hello, little boy. Wagahai, my little boy.
Breakfast time for Goblin. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Zeki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective.
My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you.
I don't know about that. That was all the soap eater.
Okay.
Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Oh, and of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Ah, Mr. John Garrideb, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember and go and talk to him later then. So I have to do more Kermit the Frog? I mean, I'm down. It's just Kermit the Frog strains my voice. Can I examine, like, the crime scene, or what? And here we have another disproportionately large machine. It looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just in here that looks like it would, take a coin. Yeah. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay. What do you mean, if you put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change, because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Ah. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Capitalism moment. We love that. Gas lamp? I mean, I would assume that if he truly died, because this is like the haunted lodgings case, which means I assume no one actually like killed him. I mean, the most logical conclusion is there was just a gas leak and he died of gas leak. But I don't know, that seems too easy. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights? Gas stove? London really is a city of gas. I know, excuse me. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyways. It's so much cozier. Yeah. Yeah. Look at his costumes. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim shady goings on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Did I not predict it, Ollie? By case 5, we're gonna overtake the monarchy. Oh, I think you'll be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. With a chanmage top knot. Every Japanese man wishes he had a chanmage mage. I don't know, what is that? Oh, you look so wonderful with one. You already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets in London with a chanmage and a sword? No, that would be funny though. I assume it's like a haircut. There's not much else on these shelves, is there? It's just these wine glasses and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zykes. Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses, I was thinking it's a waste, and that he should donate some to the needy. Yeah, aren't they, like, encrusted with gold? Yeah, Sassy, you can suggest that next time we meet. I don't want to bring it up. Hey, yo, note on the floor? What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter or the rest of an envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. Yeah, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree, we better take this, just in case. Add it to the court record. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah! Wah! Okay. Window. As we've seen from the outside, the window here is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had on a property is extraordinary. Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh! What is it, Miss Sussybaka? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. They are, would you not say? Why is it... Snacks for later! Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. It's his secret snack stash. It was Mr. Shamspear. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room. Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? Eh? Ugh. It's so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night, it would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? Soap. It's more bars of soap. Snacks for later. You gotta put them in the freezer, otherwise they'll go bad. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea. The pair of them look rather charming like that. They do look charming. Yeah. Still, it's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two, after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Ah! See, in the middle there. There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. No, that was the Renosuke. It looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. Good job, Sussy. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? The bar of soap has been entered into the court record. I love soap in the court record. Big soap fan right here. What have we not examined? Should we examine the body? Oh, there's a patch here. Wait. What am I examining here? There's something here. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where's the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? What? Yeah! Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of judge. Yeah. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. She actually would. This I have to see. Alright. We should probably examine the actual body. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn into a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. You think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Maybe. Sorry. I became a butterfly. I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. How to pray the British way.
Oh my! I hope this departed soul will be reborn as a Fruit Loop or fish and chip in the future. TT Monocle.
You know, that's how they pray. Over in Britain, you know, it's weird over there. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on the book, isn't there? Yeah, well, it's an art form and a way of life, Naruhodo. You wouldn't get it, would you? Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspear's. Then there must be the cup of that Mr. Natsumi, that Mr. Natsumi. Well, Saseki wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. A pair of teacups has been entered into the court record. Yes, indeed. I like I have to go to work tomorrow. Is it?
Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh?
Oh, I thought it was Gyarados. Inspector Grayson, back so soon.
After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division.
That's Sholmes. I see him. It's not. I don't. You can't think I don't see him. I see him. He's up there. That's Sholmes. You can't tell me that's not Sholmes. Who? I know that's him.
In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard.
Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsumi must be faring very low, being back in his cell again so soon. Hey! Hey! What the fuck? Hey, bud. You have a nice nap? You doing alright? What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Zombie! Witchcraft! Kia!
What the fuck? What is going on?
Hey, bud. Ouch! Oh, okay, what should his voice be? Out. Brief candle. Man comes back to life. I assume this is his theme. I didn't think I'd have to give this guy a voice. So there's no murder? So can Mr. Natsumi be released? There's no murder. Out. Brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and fret his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh. Now, how soundeth the next part? How soundeth?
It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day.
What was that? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually crying. Dude, you know my you know my sense of humor. Any abrupt, unnatural body movement is so funny to me. Oh my god. Whoa. Walking Dead? The way he collapsed was so funny. Oh my god.
The fella isn't dead at all!
What was that nonsense he was saying, though? Something about Shakespeare. I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare? Gone. Back. Gone. So it was. That the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. That man had indeed been poisoned. It transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. Okay. Now that's good, I guess. Oh, it's that guy. I know that guy. But now I have to give him a voice. I don't know what voice to give this guy. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsumi, arrested for murder. Then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deducted. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Till the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsumi in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? There's a man afoot. He's looking at the soap. He's looking at the soap, and he does have a bumblebee bag. What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Saseki-san's lodgings. Yeah. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, can we have a word? Arr! Gone. The way his mouth opened. He just ran off. I feel so sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? Yeah, I find it interesting that they modeled these characters before development on this game even started. So back in the first game, we saw these characters for like 3 lines, and they were already modeled and everything. And they just must have known, yeah, we're making a sequel, even if this first one doesn't sell well or something. Interesting. But they made it, so good. Splatoon patch? What's going on? Care to elaborate, Ollie? I do too, but I don't remember. I remember. Garrett household at Mr. Nosumi's lodgings are a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help but feeling that it's a bit at a bit of a slant. Yeah, it's definitely slanted. It does look rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? What got nerfed, Ollie? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Saseki-san has such a hunched back. Hey, Lois. I should give the guy the Peter Griffin voice. The yellow guy. Hey, Lois. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I've read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially in the front with the front wheel. That to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be as a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider must have been similarly afflicted. And there's a good chance that Mr. Nosumi has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Yeah. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. Yeah, you don't want to ride a bike on the icy road, really. That's not a very good idea. Hey, yo, what's this? London's blanketed in a fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Oh, yeah, the Crystal Tower! The, expedition or whatever. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. 6 months' time? That's where we are at the start of this case. Maybe. I don't know. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. Splattershot, Roller, Octobrush, and Dooley's buffed? But, like, what was buffed about them? Also, what was nerfed about the, Squeezer? I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? Maybe. The last great expedition was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris exposition. Hey, yo. Splattershot 35 to 36 damage and fall-off damage reduction reduced? Okay, I mean, that's something, I suppose. I see. That's an incredible number of people. With so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto. Well, what if they don't let us in? What if they're racist? You ever thought about that, sussy baka? You sussy baka, you little baka, you baka, sussy baka. Hey, it's my man! Hey, Bruno! I haven't seen you since the 1st grade! Why has somebody built the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? My man! That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? Yes. 52 gals shots turf a bit less. That's probably a good thing. No. No. Bamboozler? The ink blot trick? What is the ink blot trick? After all, the real people do have 3 sections, head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Yeah, I think most people do, actually. My man. What else do I examine? I assume I can just move to Saseki, Daddy. But I'm just like peeping out just to see if there's anything else. Alright. Oh, we haven't gone here yet. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mr. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. The tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Yeah, but in the winter you don't want that. Fortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that's a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Nosumi, who have to live in all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. Yeah. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Did I examine everything? I think so. Hey, yo, these are broken. These wires are broken here. That's sussy. Very sussy. Very, very sussy. Like a little bugger. The Gyarados room? Oh yeah, let's go up here.
Timothy Frog here.
21st February, the Gyarados room. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because of Mr. Gyarados, the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Hey yo, Moon Man.
You chaps there?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gyarados as anyone, really.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gyarados.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap on the ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Yeah. The man's teacup just despawned. Hey, bud. How you doing? Alright, converse. This morning's incident. Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what happened.
Well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. And at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but don't barely answer. Yeah.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. No. It's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes of oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have kicked your door down every morning. Yeah.
Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? He's looking at the love note. Maybe. I don't know.
Except that it was...
No. Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far east side of the door. Or far... What? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. There we go. Mr. Shamspear. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamspear took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bowie screw loose.
So hard to choose which category Saseki-san would fall into. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. I don't know.
He was doing research as well.
Research into what?
Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare, you dolt. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Yeah, dude. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsumi is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Shamspeare would have had much in common. Yeah, that's true. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Susibaka, stop reading my mind.
Mr. Naruto, really, how rude.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsumi's trial yesterday, you came straight to back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark outside already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light in his room or something, I suppose. How? Without going in there, how?
Couldn't summon the energy for much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark here.
He's not even dead. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. He's not even dead, dude. Technically.
Sussy.
Everything all right, Miss Susibaka?
Well, I just thinking that it's a little strange, that's all.
Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs. Not with this blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean.
Yeah, are you spying on him? The little peeping hole.
Gar!
That's a very good point. Can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? Maybe.
I say I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
I don't know. And how do you know, Did you know, Mr. Goodham?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything.
The gas?
See? The gas! See, that told me that it's time for lunch. That means my laundry's done.
What on earth did you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe and the gas to the main gas outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because it would like mess up the current or whatever. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for other lamps that are connected to it. Yeah, that's right. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected by a single supply pipe. That's supposed to happen, though. It sounds rather undesirable.
A jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here, and they'll glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Alright, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. You've got it. Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever! Hey!
In point of fact, The room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Now, wow. Oh my god, Kermit, meow.
Gosh, that's so fascinating, Mr. Gyarados. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh well, it's nothing to it really.
And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gyarados is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsumo. Mr. Natsumo Wrestler. Good idea. Go time. Move. Prison. Defeat. Local prison, cell 9. Saseki, you doing alright in there? You doing alright, bud? Hanging in there? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsumi, you have the police finished questioning you now.
Hello, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me?
Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself the Great Detective, Mr. Natsumi, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. I'm cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you.
Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on, we have some wonderful news.
Oh?
The victim that we thought was dead has come back to life again. He's like, indeed. Yes, indeed, I see, yeah. Hi, well, yes. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only try for attempted murder. Isn't attempted murder, like, the same charge as murder, though, pretty much? At least in the United States. I'm pretty sure they're, like, very similar. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsumi?
It's terrible!
Oh.
I'm stuck in the cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions!
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, that selfish shyster! Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William!
God, William, you had to come back to life. Make up your mind, dude. Well, seems like that Mr. Shamsphere was never actually dead in the first place.
That might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think if it was our last.
Oh.
Oops.
Mr. Natsumi, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamsphere, didn't you?
I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present.
Who do you think I am, dude? Please, Mr. Natsumi, we need to hear your side of the story.
Why am I cursed like this?
Yeah, tell me all about it, buddy. Converse. What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night, then, Mr. Natsume?
There's nothing to tell. But Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday.
The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. That's right. It's hard to believe that it was only yesterday.
After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lonely lodgings. And that evening, at 9:30 it must have been, I visited Shamsphere.
So you did go to the victim's room, then? As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I to his room before. It was the first time.
Then what made you decide to go?
I bumped into him when we arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
That ties in with what Mr. Garrett said. The victim went out and came back after 8.
We met again later that evening at around 9, or just after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift.
So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk to the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You guys know that SpongeBob episode where like SpongeBob's trying to lift like really heavy weight, and like Larry the Lobster's like got like 6 plates on his thing, and he's like yuck yuck yuck, and he's like cranking out weight, and then SpongeBob's like he picks up a stick and he digs underneath the sand to find like a camper like 50 feet away, and then the camper just has a bag of marshmallows, and SpongeBob's like, could I borrow a couple of these? And the camper looks over at him, marshmallow covering his face, and he's like, mm-hmm. And then he uses the marshmallows as his weights on the side of the stick. And he can't lift it. Isn't that awesome, you guys? Wow, great side note, Nico. Great job.
Yes, that's right. That is exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure.
Such stimulating subjects, Shakespeare.
And the debate came very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea.
No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear, categorically.
Yeah. Cursed existence. Mr. Natsumi, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now. In that time, I've learned it's no place for me.
This is true to the real-life version of Saseki Natsumi. Saseki Natsumi was one of the, he's actually like a real character, like a real person in like history, and he went to Britain to study, and he hated it there, and so he went back home. It can be very frightening to live in a foreign land to adapt the ways of another culture.
There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh.
They say, "Ha, nice bow tie, nerd."
That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Oh, which is why I've become a recluse. Even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? Doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, so it spoke to me.
The rent.
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap, because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed out.
The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there.
Why would you want to live there? I would not want to live in a room that someone died in. Oh no.
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave or blinkered?
But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I had done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Gosh, it really was so awful. Was it really so awful? Horrible history. Horrible history. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsumi? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling. A feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me.
You think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No, we literally just saw a dude peeping into the room. Like, earlier. We literally just saw a dude.
No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
All the souls who've just died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
That's really horrible.
And now that I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Okay, this literally just sounds like there was a gas leak. Like, they're all, like, struggling to breathe. Was there not just, like, a gas leak and they suffered, like, gas poisoning? Is that not what happened? So they passed out? I don't know.
Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to go home.
I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Yeah. Nico theory? I've already said this like 4 times now. I mean, the moment this case started, the moment I saw him dead, I was like, oh, this is probably a gas leak, because they mentioned that gas thing in Saseki's basement, and it never got mentioned again. Ooh, Sasata-san knows how to make the man listen. Okay. Fake news? Who? Me? Or Saseki-san?
Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor's worried about the curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Garrett?
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps. It may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. Maybe. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusual keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsumi. Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
Excuse me!
Mario!
Inspector Gretchen.
I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh! Which do you want first? Always, every time the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way.
The good news is that he's still alive. I bet.
Why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come round now.
Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsumi?
Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards.
What?
Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone? Oh dear.
You don't mean...
I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsumi. By sweet poison he did seeketh to end my life. That wickedest caitiff, Soseki Natsumi.
No.
I'm afraid you'll be appearing in a court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary reparations.
No!
He's not doing too well. So once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock at the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Yeah. To be continued. Yeah. Trial time. Day 1. Day 1. Nico trial boy. Ollie. Is it time? Voice is on point. I love doing. Soseki's voice is so fun to do. I love his voice. And Luigi. Actually, those are my 2 favorite characters to do. Probably is Luigi, aka Detective, the Inspector, and Natsume are my favorites. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Wait, the Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out into a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Who? That's my line?
That's my line! Good morning!
Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume.
It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this! Another morning, another murder. Here I am against this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court.
I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. What's the bad news? What's the bad news, Sasibaka? Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
So here we are again.
Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikatomo, Esquires, what's the bad news?
Oh dear, you heard, did you? It's gonna be the Reaper of the Bailey. Isn't that gonna be the bad news?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say!
Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrack Van Zykes. Van Zykes?
No!
The Reaper of the Bailey, Lord.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. Is he really? In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Seki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zykes is the prosecutor.
Oh no!
That even if the person of interest is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. and we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. That's right.
Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially.
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Nosumi.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yes?
I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now.
I believe you. Don't worry. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours and 14 minutes. That's how long. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it, Mr. Sholmes. I mean, he's literally he's the bailiff or whatever. Weren't I doing a Nintendo Direct earlier? Yeah, I stopped streaming for like 2 hours and then I came back on. It's probably for the best. Oh, if he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help, and that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zykes were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Mr. Student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors, I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm going to set you free. Yes. Alright, gamer time. 22nd February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I said Old Baby courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court now to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Lord Baron Van Zykes.
It's not just my imagination, he's really there. Lord Van Zykes has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Alright, Ryunosuke, you got this. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Saseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Okay, I might have to do a bunch of new voices. We'll see. What do we got?
You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? This is just Bruce Fairplay. I had a feeling that this lockskin wasn't innocent before.
I must say,
No.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, yes. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
What the?
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and his flock, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
British jury system is so different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass a sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Hey, yo. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. I feel like they're not chosen at random because we keep seeing them.
The prosecution would like to draw attention to the fact the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today.
Okay, I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zykes, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is it not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision? However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of this crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
Oh, he's already derobing? Alright. Alright, bud.
The detective responsible for investigating at the scene, and the accused himself.
Hey, bud. How you guys doing?
Witnesses, your name and occupations, please.
Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Suseki Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsumi!
Yes, my lord, sir!
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken, that you swore on oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir! Sir! The incident occurred at the Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings.
Okay.
In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, the defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
What?
Strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
Why does Mr. Garrett know that something is wrong? That's too convenient.
This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
He's just dead.
Yes, chilling scene indeed. This man looks very much deceased.
He's just having a nap, dude. I've done that. You know, back in high school, I'd finish my lunch and there's face down on the cafeteria table. Were people concerned? Yes, but I need my beauty sleep, so I did it anyways. And I always woke up.
That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
You didn't check for a pulse?
Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Photographic,
Now then, Mr. Natsumi.
Yes, yes.
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsumi, how?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me.
Hey, yo.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsumi.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
I don't know.
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point.
One more conclusive, you say? Conclusive? Conclusivo? Eh? Give me 1 sec, you guys. Gotta get a big sip. Guys, I bought a new water bottle. You know that white one I used to drink all the time? I lost it. So sad. Had it for like a year, but now it's gone. Now I got a new water bottle, and it's freaking massive. This water bottle is huge. It's so big. It doesn't look that big, but it's like really big. Also, where does it say? Can you read that? What does that say? Tech tip bottle. Yeah, I bought one of Linus Tech Tips bottles. Because it's big, and I owe him my life. All right, let's get back to this. If it were not for Linus stepping in front of a moving bus and stopping it with one hand, I would have died in Canada. And he said, "It's gonna be all right." I said, "You saved me. Why?" And he said, "Tech tip."
If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point. Conclusive, go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit.
What?
The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
What's up, monkey?
The accused go to grave! Rah, 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 rah. Order, order!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Saseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsumi, what have you said to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift.
Order, 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 order.
Yeah, I'm Jojo. I'm Jojo character.
The public water pumps outside always freeze at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never.
The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. Yeah.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. Oh my god. None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of the events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes. Yes, my lord.
Hey, yo. All right, let's do it. Give it to him.
Witness testimony.
It was around 9 o'clock in the evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, how could he? Strychnine takes time to have effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Strychnine? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm just going to say that.
The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Okay.
I'm about to blow this testimony out of the water. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Strychnine? Okay. I got you, Smiley. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one other crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsumi claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. Oh, hey yo. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Yeah, have they? Strychnine? Oh, it is strychnine, okay. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah.
Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine this suspect substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
It's because we have the teacups. We took them. Unable, why?
It's simple enough, there was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
The man's like cleaning the plate, like, He licked it clean? Are you serious?
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
Oh my god, these voices are gonna kill me, dude.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
Lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
Hey, yo.
I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed.
No. I'm literally the protagonist in a visual novel. I won't lose. Some vegetable oil will help vocal cords? No. Some blue Powerade will help vocal cords. That's what I drink. It fuels me. I feel better.
In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be dead for all eternity under the quaking, quivering, bulging glory of my ass cheeks.
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Smacky. Oh, yeah. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Yeah. Okay, go time. Gamer time. The catastrophic night.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift.
Hold it! Hold it! Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
No, we weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Yeah.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
What? Why would you say that? You're being so mean, Van Zykes. We just started this trial. And your cheeks are already that big, so inflated. Your ego goes down to your cheeks. And now on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume.
It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings. I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any, none at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Hold it! Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare! Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment.
Eh? They were performing?
So we battled it out in Greco-Roman style, naturally.
What?
Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest.
So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He as Romeo and I as Juliet. After a vigorous wild tussle.
Oh, that's what you want to call it?
I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me.
Where's the Great Ace Attorney fighting game? I did have a dream one time that about a game that was like Mario Hoops 3-on-3, but it didn't have any Mario characters. It only had Ace Attorney characters versus Persona characters. And it was just them playing basketball against each other. Yeah.
I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. But why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
No, probably not.
My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he?
Probably not. I don't know. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry.
Damn.
Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
Dude, this is literally just gonna be like, there was a gas leak. Like, otherwise, if it were actually poison, they're gonna be like, this is too convenient. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Nasumi. I don't know.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
How was the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector.
When the tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gerdup seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes? So I'm right! My tea was harmless! Completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Strychnine.
It's strychnine, right? The spoilers say strychnine. Strychnine. Okay.
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Oopsies. Okay. Yeah, hold it. I'm just pressing everything. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation.
There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. Seems to be a lot of different types of poison in this world, that's for sure. Haven't like 4 cases... Wait, what cases were poisoned in the first game? Was case 5 poison? Case 1 of both games, and then this case. Was case 5 poison? No. No, it wasn't. I'm just trying to think back, just to make sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
30 minutes is a long time.
Yes, it is. Maybe he was poisoned before Saseki arrived.
Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
Can't deny that. And it further degrades Saseki-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells out, really, the accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Okay, victim's medical report. We love that. We love medical reports. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. We're gonna peep out our evidence real quick. Okay, so secondhand book receipt. A receipt for some books that Mr. Natsumi purchased at a secondhand bookshop. It was submitted as evidence in the trial the other day. He bought these books. Okay. He bought books. Good to know. Nearby street map. A street map of the neighborhood where Mr. Natsumi had his lodgings. Okay, Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. This is where the first murder happened. Okay. Okay. A ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Can't find anything out of place? What the frick, bro? What do you mean? Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Nope. Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Mrs. Sato Baka!
I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna make sure there's nothing else here. Bar of soap. A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. It's just one of the 2 that were found there. Okay. Hello, soap. It's gone. Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in the depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Okay. That's good. Where's the disc? Only one of them was full, it looks like. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspeare was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. No. Maybe? I don't know. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Where did it go, Nico? Should I know this, actually? Should I know this? I mean, I'll think about it if I'm supposed to. Oh, really? I never noticed before. You never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. Yeah. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsumi was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must not have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Yeah, Satibaka. So there's no gabagoo.
Oh, you've gobbled your last ghoul, Governor Cuomo.
Okay, peep this out. Why is there a puddle over there? Is it leaking? Is it leaking? It might be leaking. Yeah, let's peep this out. William Shakespeare 31. Cause of coma, ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. I see. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Okay, 1:30. That's a while afterward. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Okay, let's think about this now. I'm gonna go through all the statements. Actually, I'm gonna press this real quick, and then I didn't press this. The argument still stands, you say.
This is what Mr. Natsumi had just been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Yeah.
Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you!
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. You could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shakespeare could have locked the door right after you'd gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
I do. If you add it to the testimony, I have something.
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot.
Yeah, that's a good one. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No!
Yeah, to defend his ass. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruto. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsumi is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree! So we need to find an inconsistency on what the inspector's saying. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsumi guilty. As I see it, we need to focus on... What we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Yeah. Let's listen carefully to his testimony once again. Yes. Okay, so it's Gregsy. Gregsy, let me listen to you. What did you say? Take some time to have effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Okay, so it is the last one. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. It has to be this one. It's probably the teacups, I would assume. There's no ring on the inside of Mr. Natsumi's cup. Let's think about this though, just to make sure. It's not that. It's not gonna be that. It's not that, because it can't be yet. It's not gonna be the soap, because I don't freaking know. I'm looking at this picture. Okay, why? We still need to find out why soap was on the table. I don't get that. Why was it there? Okay, it might be this too. Okay. It could be this because... I don't know. The victim would have been... There's no ring on the inside of Mr. Natsumi's cup. Okay. What's Greg Z's other statement again? Takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately. Yeah, that's true. No, he wouldn't have, because the victim died at 1:30. Okay, I figured it out. That was so easy. Right? Wait, when did they leave? When did he leave? No, he returned to his room at 11, right? Yeah, he said he did. Okay, yeah. I assume this is correct. Objection!
Objection!
The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector Baka.
Come again?
I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here.
Chrono, what? What are you on about?
Saseki's freaking out, dude. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. That's right. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, left the victim's room at 11. Yes. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsumi brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They both did the same animation. I like that.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Sykes?
Oh, wine time. Something's gonna break. Bro, you shouldn't be breaking these.
Let me take a sip of these hollowed aromas. In the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy of my mind, if my mind has wandered. Pray forgive my hollowed ass cheeks placing upon this bench. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollowed chalice this luncheon.
Okay.
How could it have happened, you ask? Bang! I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
A phantom?
It is...
I'm dying over here. I got like a frog in my throat. Hang on, I'm gonna mute myself and just like cough. Okay, I should be better. Maybe, we'll see.
Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection! Mr. Natsumi brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying. Drink tea while it's hot.
Objection! And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. The ass makes a man. There is no other way around it. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
Do they really say that? I highly doubt that, Van Sykes. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, counsel?
Well, I don't know yet. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor? That's a very bold ass of you, defense. But it is nothing compared to my hollowed cheeks of this courtroom.
Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
He suggests this may have been a suicide council.
Objection!
Mr. Shamspear has categorically denied suicide. The idea cannon must be discounted.
No objection. But he could be lying. Why would he lie? Excuse me.
Excuse my rumblings to this hollowed courtroom. Something wrong, Lord Van Sykes. Your Honor, I sharded. May I be excused? I need to go to the little lady's room. I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage? Oh, he's coming, Shamspear?
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived.
Hold it.
Eh!
Who?
Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
I really hope he just collapses again. I really want to see that again. Just dead.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shamspear, my lord, alas, 'twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim.
What? What's he doing here? Hey, bud, how you doing?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand.
Alright.
With his testimony, my learned friend's feudal resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel, I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Oh, my. Happy am I, Shamspear, to regale thee with a tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with a tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsumi. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Look at his face. Who the hell? Bumblebee? Hey, this guy's from the Transformer movie. The Bumblebee Transformer.
Autobots, roll out. Autobots.
Who's that other man beside him? Buck Bumble. I really would not be mad if that was his name. Buck Bumble. Yes, I feel sure we caught a glimpse of this man before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet of unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Or the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such miracle, William Shamspear.
Meterman? Adrian B. Meterman. What's the point? I'm thinking. Adron B. Meterman. Meet her man? Is Meter Man meet her man? Oh, is that right? Adron B. A drawn bee? Is it like because he's a bee? A drawn bee? Meter man. Meterman. Meterman. A drawn bee meterman. A drawn bee meterman. I'm trying to say it fast so I can sound it out. I have no idea. Don't tell me though. A drawn bee. A drawn bee. A drown bee? That's like one word, but I don't know what it is. A drawn bee. So A is one word, I think, and then drawn bee. What is drawn bee? A drawn bee. Drun bee? A drun bee? Drown bee? A drone? A drone bee meter man? I don't really get it, to be honest. A drone bee meter man. A drone bee? What is a drone bee? What is meter man supposed to be? I thought it was meet her man. I mean, that still might be right. I don't even know.
Oh, my name's Meterman. A drawn bee Meterman. Hey, Lois. I'm a drone bee, Lois.
I can't do a Peter Griffin.
Hey, Lois.
I want to give this guy Peter Griffin, but I just can't do it. What should I make him?
I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office.
That's all right. I mean, that's all right. Popeye? What does Popeye sound like? Oh, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh, yes. She's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? Hey, bud. What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to sneak into Saseki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. Excuse me. Could we have a word? Right! Gone. Ah! Gone.
Very nasally, but also gone.
No.
Very nasally. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know.
He's a gas company employee. What does that have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shamspeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison didst cross me, and cross mine innocent lips.
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally.
You know I've been trying to do that.
And that's closer. I'm trying to, like, experiment with voices for the guy.
Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Feel him out? Oh, I'm gonna. Did just play, like, harp noises?
Behold, you only have to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name? No, not at all. Jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking his seraph anagram idea too seriously.
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
Oh my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gasman, I mean.
And what, me?
Nah, that's not.
What, me?
How should I do this guy? I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna look up Popeye voice. Voice. What does Popeye sound like?
If you want strength and vitality, spinach makes you big and healthy.
Spinach makes you big and healthy on the vitamin.
That'll blow me down. Use kids as hot.
Oh,
Hitch your wagon to a car and let's get married or something. Me too. I spotted the same spot.
what is this?
By the sailor. Wow, blow me down. If he ain't a real.
Yeah, I'll do Popeye. I'll try to do Popeye. I'll try to do Popeye.
What? What?
Like Little Yachty, or not Little Yachty, a little John. It's a piece of bake to bake a pretty cake.
What?
If the way, okay.
What? Me? Well, now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend.
Veil if I oink. It's true. Ollie. I'm not gonna reveal that. I'm not gonna reveal that. That is actually relevant, what you just said. But I can't tell you why.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When he suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin stroker here is to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hold on, no. I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
Oh, one may smile and be the villain. Yes, it doth pain me. But let the truth be spoken, the truth of what that wintry night of my discontent.
I will say, Writin' Mini Memo was definitely a better theme, but I mean, I like the wood block in his song. I will say that. Wintry night of my discontent, whatever. Yeah, his stupid grin face. Look at him. Look at how dumb he looks.
The snow lay about. My neighbour did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Why were you... What? Why? That's so weird. Also, he really is a chin stroker. Jeez.
No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
That was a very short testimony. All right. Wait, what'd you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamster's room all night?
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that.
Question is, sir, why?
Ah! Well now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you... I literally don't know what you're talking about.
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado of his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
Calm yourselves. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Colonel. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we have now just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Eh? They're chatting up there.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Hmm.
Oh. Oh, the wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea.
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Nasumi.
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs.
God?
And what happened to the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
And at what time? God, I can't read. I like mustachioed. That's a fun word. It's the only word that rhymes with pistachioed. Maybe, I don't know. Pistachioed's a verb. I pistachioed a gentleman. That's when you just huck pistachios and I'm like, foom, 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 foom. And they all just hit him and he falls over and he's like, ah! And you just, foom, 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 foom. You just keep hucking him at him. That's how you pistachio someone. Now, if you mustachio someone, I'm pretty sure that that's like a sex move or something. I don't even know, though.
Our meeting was promised for an hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Fragrant tea, you say?
Yummy. Details which are in accordance with this defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means their discussion about who was stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman.
What?
Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I'd heard the Eastern art of jujitsu, but
what is he doing? I will say they seem to have put a lot of work into this guy's animations, because he's had a lot of motions so far.
Ne'er did I dream would be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case.
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
Uh-huh. Bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsumi left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Look at him! What is he doing? Like... He looks like Egbert Benedict out here. Wait a minute. Maybe? This guy's only 23. This guy looks like 45. This guy looks like Garadeb looks like. Yeah, he looks as old as Garadeb. Champspeare's 31. I was gonna say we saw a picture of that gentleman at the beginning. Maybe that's him? Maybe he's wearing a wig and that's him? Like related to the olive whatever person? We'll see. The defendant had really put the poison in your tea. That 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly. 'Tis an easy task.
What?
Did drink the tea, not... I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at hour post midnight, verily my lips were parched. Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there would be no time for fiery tea.
I like this guy's animations. I think he's kind of annoying as an actual character, but his animations are pretty good. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger?
Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
Okay, yeah, buddy.
'Twas the tea alone that did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
Not else? Nothing else? That could be a statement that we could present on, maybe. So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper?
Ha! Fie on luxury.
Fee? Is that fi or fee? Fi? I assume fi.
Fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full, no more than oft than the sun doth rise.
Dude, he has so many animations. I'm like, he doesn't have any more, right? And then he just starts bouncing up and down in the courtroom. Alright.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day I do fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is that there doth not in my chamber be, than the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. Yeah. I guess.
For I've devoured them all.
Devoured? You've eaten them?
Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Okay, that wasn't misleading at all. Could you turn around, do you think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Okay. But the windows of that house have been filled in. Yeah, he took the bricks out. A sort of artifact of the now defunct window text.
Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking me chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. Them's me orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
Okay. Man has literally a chin wider than his head. His chin is wider than his face. He's like the Giga Chad meme.
Out of interest, Mr. Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left.
I gotta figure out how to consistent way to do this guy's voice.
He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide.
Eh? How can you be so sure of that?
The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison.
Soap. Easy. Or the gas, again.
And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Yes, lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Okay. You did. Kind of. Not really. You say short little round-backed Eastern fella. You mean you can't be sure it was the defendant. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then. Maybe.
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think are here in London?
I don't know. Probably like 5. Maybe.
But of course, it's only a narrow gap. It was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
The one person you saw arrive, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I didn't see into that room. I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match, I tell you. I didn't know what to make of it.
This is pretty weird, but it's pretty funny. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. The Romeo and Juliet championship battle.
Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gasman's honor.
Okay. Hold it. Saseki, I assume? Oh, Bruce.
My lord!
Oh, we're gonna have to do summation time.
Good as me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes!
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Who right we have? Are you all with me?
Yes!
Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination.
To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Oh, yes, the 3 missing hours that you put in. As you put it.
Oh, but in the end, what difference do they make? Not as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Oh, like I was saying before. I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, a missus will blow her top.
Eh? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings to the defendant's culpability.
I was just saying how I really am surprised how many animations they gave Shamspear. He has so many different actions. And I find it very, very funny.
Raggy?
All of you?
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
Summation. Proxamination time, or whatever. Don't crush it. Don't crush it.
So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
I like the one where he's doing, like, windmills with his arms. That's the one I like, Ollie. Ugh. Get up, Mr. Naruto, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? An obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? Yeah, I remember. A summation examination. Yes, that's right. A closing argument. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in British court of law, we can if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors. Oopsies. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Yeah. Yeah! He's mad now.
Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat?
What do you mean? You're so weird right now, Van Zykes. You're being weird, dude. You're such a weirdo.
You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Van Zykes, literally, there have been 2 cases at this point in the chronological, game, where I have proved that that is not true, you dumbass. Literally 1 2 days ago.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld.
Okay.
The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
You're welcome.
You too, Alexa.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Hey, yo. Bumper time?
Judicial findings.
Ooh.
The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Okay. Racist pee-pee poo-poo goblin. Wait. What's, this guy's name is Lady First, right? I was trying to think of his name.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a frostman, for now at least.
I really don't care. I just need to I need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It seems that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspear is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Nasumi has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget, I've pleaded with the jury on Saseki-san's behalf before, and it worked. So you never know. Okay, Ollie, I don't know how close I am to, a stopping point, but I'm probably gonna stop after this summation examination, honestly. Because, I have to sleep soon. Lady First is a different guy. That's not Lady First? That's Lady First on the stand. It's totally Lady First. What are you talking about? Okay, let's do it. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. No, I'm good. That's not Lady First? Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true. It's just giving me a tutorial in case this is my first game. But it's not. No, I don't want to. No. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Sussybaka. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course I understand. And I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. Okay. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Okay.
Without further ado, please, Counselor. Proceed with the summation examination.
Breathing. Yes, my lord. Oh yeah. Time for a bumper. Jury examination. I like how it just zooms in on him. Just standing there menacingly. I like the two dudes standing behind him, too.
The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Hey, why is that? Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars?
I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
Absolutely not. Mr. Natsumi's no liar.
Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take that gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer.
Ah, well, that's alarmingly logical.
Well, let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman, with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury will do the same. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening.
Wait, so this is not Lady First? Ollie, this is Lady First. Hang on. Hang on. I'm looking him up. Lady First. Oh, that's not Lady First. Who's this guy? Who's this guy then? Didn't we see this guy in case 5? No, that was the stereoscope guy. Was he in case 4? Yeah, he was in case 4. I know this guy. I know who this guy is. I just, I don't know what his name is. I didn't see it happening.
What's that elderly gent on the end here? You know. You have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about any of this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? All right, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, this man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he is not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Very helpful. Hi, y'all so peepo happy.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find a man guilty.
But he's fishy. There's no point dancing around that fact. He's Japanese. And the mustache, and has a mustache, and he stoops.
He has a mustache, and he stoops.
You see, I'm arriving at the conclusion just in 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think this trial seems like a dance.
You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. Nothing, no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. Well, the victim's version of the events is backed up by what the big-chinned man said next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. This guy's logic is unbreakable. This really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. Alright, what do you have to say, lady?
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madame? Yeah, a fraudsman? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Hey, yo. Okay, so you're involved, that's for sure. You're with Gas Boy down there.
Good gracious! Altamont gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe. But proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course. My chin is bigger than my butt.
I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruto. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Miedemann was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. What? So I really have no choice when the company identifies someone as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen.
What? I think he got those backwards.
Faith, wouldst thou wound me in thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? Seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song.
We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it.
Man, they really are bumblebees. I kind of like that. All the employees are bees.
And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion.
So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. Okay. I wondered, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was that bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part about object violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it.
This could shift the balance. Yeah?
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. Would it literally just be 1 and 4? Like, do I not even have to press the last 2? No, I'm gonna press the rest of these, just in case. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir?
Finish last. Finish last, that's what it's about.
What's that?
I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it?
I don't know. Bro, you tell me.
A Derby? It was a dead cert. That's a thing I couldn't lose. So I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then, that old hopeless mare went and did the unthinkable. Oh, that stupid Finnish lass.
Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up.
No, that's not gonna happen. Okay, that guy's very useful.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all.
What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
At 5? You're really an early riser then, aren't you?
What was that now?
I said you're an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? This guy sounds like me. Except I don't get up 5. I get up at 5. I get up at like 8. But I do go to bed at 2. Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night?
What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night!
That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it?
That's funny. This really isn't helping. Okay, so it's 1 and 4, I think. It's identifying contradictions between juror statements, Mr. Naruto. Right, and once I've found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Yeah. Do you only get 3 hours of sleep, Salmoon? I get like, I'd say on a good night 6. On a bad night, like last night I probably got 3, 4, probably 4. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of the majority of the jurors, yeah, I know how to do this, sussy baka. Controversy, you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. Not adjudication. If you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. I think it's just pitting 1 and 4. I think. What does 2 say? It's not 3. It's just gotta be 1 and 4.
Objection!
Objection! Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious!
To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1.
What are you yelling about, lad?
I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true. We don't have evidence as such just yet.
But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspear was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Yes, I did say that. And a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Him? Oh, well, yes. Oh, now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, probably it's not. I really don't think it is. I think he might be someone else. It might be something to do with juror number 3, though. I don't know. We have the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. Okay, well, trial continues. Ollie said I have one more testimony after this, and then I should be done with the day, which I guess we'll do the last testimony. I'm down. That's 4 jurors. That's 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Well, not victory, but... victory in the sense that it continues.
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Yeah. Now he's mad. No, he's not gonna squeeze it? Oh, come on. Oh, well, he's definitely gonna break it.
You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare.
Uh-huh.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
He's like, I'm not here. I'm not here. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
I don't think burneth is a word, Shakespeare, but alright.
Oi, what you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare? You deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
Ah, you flowery mouth pompous beanpole! Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet!
He's a beanpole? A beanpole? That's an insult. Next time I want to insult someone, I'm going to call him a beanpole. Mr. Shakespeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Yeah, but you're not going to do that. We literally just got summation babooey nation.
Oh no!
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
No, that's how he was poisoned. I actually think that's how he was poisoned. There was just a gas leak. And because Saseki was like, I passed out too. I don't know, did he? I don't know. I can't remember. Juror number 4.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Hey! Absolutely, Lady Quinby!
Lady Queen Bee? I never realized what her name was. Lady Queen Bee.
Gasman's honor!
Very well then. We'll hear your testimony now. You'll tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, to have been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam. Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Awooga! Awooga! Ow, 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 ow! He's like, get her down here.
Very well, as an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words.
He was poisoned? How do you know that, Ollie? How do you know that? What, have you played the case? No, you wouldn't.
So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Ollie, this is the last cross-examination, right? Because I do need to go to bed soon.
Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Okay, go time. His chin is so big. You think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Sussy Baga? Yeah, I think it has. He's a gassy boy. I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, probably.
Witness testimony.
The Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
Proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter honey collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits. What? Threepenny bits. Each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamster's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. And the collection agent is the only he.
Okay. Look at his face. He's funny.
Somehow, he's been using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
I don't know, leak. I don't know.
Pray forgive the discourtesy, my hollowed ass cheeks are rumbling at this very moment. Excuse me. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zyx? Did the mustachio Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor or didn't he? That's all that should be concerned in this case. That is all that should concern this court. And yet we must now listen to this aberrance.
Gone.
Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance.
Hey, now that's rude. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead.
Do what you will. I will continue to vandalize this courtroom with my ass.
Lord Van Zyx appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder if the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. I think I know. I have a hunch. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything there.
Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Okay, I like gorgeous gas. So all London houses have a gas supplier fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses the gas will have one of these meters in their property. Yes.
So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night?
A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Saseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? He has a gas heater, though. He just didn't use it, right?
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating.
That's true. Oh yes, I remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsumi's room, actually. Dude, that's such a fire hazard, though. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money.
I bet.
But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Oh, because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamsphere's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Okay. Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching off gas off us for ages.
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamsphere Special.
Nice. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. Who's snagging all the coins?
I'll never forget that humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found a pair. You what? I said, you what?
Look at that face. Look at that face. That is the face of a man who has seen some shit. My man's saying right now.
And the look on his face, that smeary smile of his.
Huh?
I pulled up the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jimmied open anywhere. Not a single sign.
I gotta get more raspy with him.
And what's happening to me salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meterman. Oh, that's why they call him Meterman.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Definitely, although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Well, at first glance.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Oof.
Let's peep this out. Let's peep this out. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Oh, what? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruto? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see it? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So you'd think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. It seems the people of Ultimate Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Okay. Yeah. That's a very sturdy-looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too. Yeah, uh-huh. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would do, would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable if the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it doesn't feel a little over the top, perchance, does it? Is there anything else? I don't think so. I don't believe so. I really, genuinely... Oh, that's where the money goes, though. I don't know. Oh. Am I literally on the right statement right now? And I didn't even realize? I might be. Does this count as tampering, though? Or is that just, like, broken? I'll press her just to make sure. Hold it! But I think that's the statement. Because sometimes if you don't press and you try to present too soon, it just doesn't work. There's only one key for all your meters?
Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of the key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened.
Oh, how?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens.
Would you care to explain? That's company secret, dude.
Well now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
Sure. A seal? Like a sort of thing you put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it? I love this little animation that Reinosuke does where he literally just breaks the fourth wall and stares right at you. It's so, like, he does it so infrequently that it's just like, why are you looking at me like that, man? Why are you looking at me like that? You freaking me out, dude. No, he's not pogging, but he is looking at me.
Seems so, but that would be impossible.
It's this one. Present. This. Go.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say, this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. Oh, she that's what she wants to hear. She's like, yes. What?
Get away! I've been over that thing over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of this coin box?
Oh, what? What?
You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, I wouldn't at all be surprised, but why?
Yeah, but why? I mean, it's tiny.
You couldn't get a fart in, not a farthin.
You couldn't get a fart through that. You couldn't get a fart through that.
Lady Altamont. Altamont? Is that a pun too? Lady Altamont? Oh, is that a pun? Altamont? Altamont? Because I know she's like a... Oh, ultimate? Ultimate, maybe? Ultimate? It might be ultimate. Like, ultimate... B or whatever. What other part of her name is. It is not. Says you. I wonder if I could give the court some more details about your meter design. Oh, okay.
What sorts of details?
Well, what I specifically like to know is... Hang on. I gotta read this. I assume this one? How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does that meter know that the coin has been fed as a threepenny coin, threepenny bit? I see what you're getting at now. Did he just tie it to a string and yank it back out? The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information, that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. A meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. What else would fit? Soap. Envelope. Yeah, it rhymes. Soap, envelope. Yeah, I know. I mean, this thing, maybe? Oh, it would be the soap! If that thing actually fit, and they could just keep popping them in there. No, but then they'd have to get them out. I'm gonna press it just to get a little more info. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true? Oh, I have an idea. Oh! If the gas was hot... If you put in like a thing of like wax or soap, wouldn't it just melt out the small hole? Maybe. Well, yes, in a way, the weight comes into it a certain extent as well.
Leave all leave all of that though. Anyway, if I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them, ha ha ha.
So all the characters you get Jack Black, Y or Y Bowser. Donkey Kong's gonna come on stage, Hojo, and go. It's gonna be sausage party all over again. Also, hi Hojo.
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Wahoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Ultimate all the way!
That's quite enough of that. Oh, she's stinging him. She's stinging him. Stinging his butt. His chin. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2-centimeter measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Delve deeper. Why not? Good night, Hojo. Oh, good night, Hojo. How can this meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. Yeah, but how do you collect the coins then? Oh, the padlock. Okay, I'm stupid. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Wahoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from the Altamont meter. No gas, no coins, no nothing.
I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. Okay, do we have both statements then? All joints in the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Okay, so we have to decide which one we want. What was the other statement? I think it was like... I'm pretty sure it was like, nothing else will fit. Yeah, but do I have evidence that actually proves that? Because I think I know what it is. Don't think it's this. I mean, maybe he could jam this in there, but I highly doubt that. That wouldn't take it as a coin. No, it has to be the exact diameter. It's the soap bit, but, like, how do I prove... Like, how do I prove it's the red thing? Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's your circular depression on the side, about 2 centimeters across. About 2 centimeters across, yeah. Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think... We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Wait, I thought I already examined this. I thought I already examined that. Okay, so I had to press this again and get the other statement, don't I?
Hold it!
Yeah, okay. It's gonna... Has anyone ever tried? Oh, yes, I'll read through it. Why not?
Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long.
After all, they actually broke the meter. If they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action.
Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is that welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's another aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? The other aspects. I want the other one. I want the other one. Delve deeper. Oh, yeah. We've already gotten past this part. So I'm just gonna skip this. We've already read this. I think I know the answer. I'm not 100% sure. But I don't know what else to present if it's not the soap. So was he carving the soap out of, or like the thing out of the soap? That's what he was doing on the table? He was carving it out of there? Probably. I mean, there's nothing else in here that could be it, right? I mean, there's a big red dot here, but that's not the coin slot size. Make sure there's nothing new that I can explore on this. Don't think so. It's just we don't have the dot, so we can't prove it. That's the thing. You know? Now that's cool. I have no idea what this envelope's for.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it?
The item in question is this. Soap.
What? Have you been in hell and gas? That's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say.
Soap. Circle. Ollie, can you spell circle for me real quick? It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. Is it really going to make me? Okay, what's so important about the soap? Is this part here? Yeah.
Got it!
Got it. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
Oh, I get it. He was just making coins. Like fake coins. Maybe the soap didn't come with that. Maybe he actually did put a coin in there and then make the impression. And then he could fill it with like wax whenever he wanted. And just make another coin. Maybe. We'll see. That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away!
What? Get away?
Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to the kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits.
Hey, yo.
My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the ultimate gas company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Oh, he's throwing.
So your ass amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas.
Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must
concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you can use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time.
Oh, dude. What's Shamspear gonna say to this? Hey, yo. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. Not all of them, but most of them. It's the method Mr. Shamspear has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. Hey, yo.
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
Oh, Van Zykes knows.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that's your ask, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once.
Okay.
Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
Well, is it down there? Or is it, like, up here? Because there's marks of, like, wax everywhere. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used... It'd be burning, right? That's what I would think. Like, they burned them, and they just melted them. I would assume. I don't know. The remnants of the method used. Dun-dun-dun. At least we get to listen to music that's good. Yeah, this... Because I don't know remnants? Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear? Is it literally just this? Because I assume it's just this. This is like where they melted it out, right? That's what I'd guess. But like, I don't know if that's right because of the way the question's phrased.
Got it!
Yeah, that was really not a good phrased question, but yeah, that makes sense. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime just outside the victim's window.
Outside!
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air.
That's what.
Oh, no, that's not Meterman. That's where we found the soap.
Ah! I get it!
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Ice? Oh. Well, I didn't think of that, but it's along the same logic, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, it's the same logic that they melted it out, but it wasn't quite wax. He made ice chips. That's cool. Ah, yes, the attempted murder case where we're solving gas fraud.
Excuse me. Your Honor, pray my hollowed ass cheeks do not disrupt this court no further.
Also, hi, Nix. Mr. Shamspear has been leaving soaps like this outside in the winter each evening filled with water. Yeah. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning.
Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts.
That's pretty clever. I'm gonna give him like kudos because that's a scam and a half. Turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas.
Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots?
Well, yeah, he kind of... I think he's just smart.
He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madame. Yeah, it was really easy to convince the jury. It's just like, well, he might be stealing. Well, that's good enough for me. Nico, I need a picture of your pants costume now. There's one on my Twitter. Are you talking about me in the costume, Ollie? There's one on my Twitter.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
Dude, they're gonna go out of business or something, because everyone listening is gonna spread the word. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry.
I want evidence. If you're gonna stand here and tell me that our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof.
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Sussy crying. Sussy, don't cry. Very well, Lady Altamas. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What?
The guy next to her is like... Yeah, like a weird loophole. The summation examination is the only loophole that saves us.
Yeah, Sussy Baka.
Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little bit at the time. Don't tell me. I think I know this. I think I know this. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with could now explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas is... Let me reread this. Sussy Baka. What did Sussy Baka say? Mr. Naruto, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something. I have evidence to support this theory? A trace of something. Oh, I see it. You can't see it, it's behind my camera. It's wet. Why is it wet? Why is it being so wet and such? Why is it doing that? Why is it being like that? It's so weird. Okay,
Take that!
yeah, that's right. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. I saw that, and I thought it was like literally leaking like condensation or like gas, like the. Listen, I was like, that must just be like it leaking, because like I thought it was a gas leak for the longest time. A whole swimming pool at the gas meter, yeah, it's great.
What remnants?
What do you mean, what remnants? There's a swimming pool, dude. You can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. Hey, yo.
What is...
No. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. Almost certainly it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, you can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspear slumped over at his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. Strychnine? Strychnine? I forget how we pronounce that. And he's scooping out, and he's making it. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. Yeah. Strychnine, yeah. You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Yeah, because it's good for you. It cleans your belly.
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand. He was prying the ice out of it. What?
You mean to say he was using that fork too?
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious!
What do you think of that, Van Zykes? Oh, vandalism.
He's like, I've had enough of this shit, me and my hollowed ass cheeks.
Lord Van Zykes?
I was throwing my hand up in despair. And happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What's the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well, that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now, allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Yeah, I love that. I love that so much, Nix. It was like a beta thing. And then someone captioned it. Someone captioned the photo. I'm gonna find it. They're like,
pray forgive the discourtesy of perching my hollowed ass cheeks upon this glorious bench.
My hollowed ass cheeks.
My hollowed ass. What possible difference does that make?
Well,
We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. Huh? And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that.
woo.
Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise.
Arr.
Even if William Shakespeare is a liar you claim him to be. These facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it.
Ah!
Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
You. What? Oops. Gone. Yeah, he's just like chilling over there. He's like, I need a rest. I need to rest my hollowed ass cheeks.
Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Dead. Mr. Naruhodo. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Dyke's saying? Raise an objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. Yeah.
What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas.
Consume gas? Me too, dude.
What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Dyke's just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. Yeah, I agree, Nix.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to lack of evidence. It's that no one else was in the room, right? Because he said he didn't know, the Bumblebee guy.
But the situation has changed now following the...
No, that's me. The situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the last witness to take the stand. Yeah, but this isn't... Okay, Nix, I am taking a class right now in my university called Media Law, where I actually have to learn how the law works. There is so much shit that just does not happen, or would be absolutely ridiculous. It never ever would happen in court. Like, there's like only a few words that cross over, like defendant and cross-examination. And I thought I heard Van Dyke say subpoena. And other than that, it's like the law, actual law is not what the law is in this game. Or like what rules, you know what I mean?
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was there another visitor? I think there was poison in the tea. Was someone else responsible? Well, I feel like we've considered that. I think it's the second one. I'm just going to run it. I think it's the second one. Was there a second visitor? We don't know. What if the victim did in fact have another visitor besides Mr. Natsume?
If that's your assertion, by all means tell us who it was.
Yes, well, don't look at me like that, Ryunosuke. Hi, Colossal.
Well, who was this mysterious third party, counsel?
I think it's a little too soon to be naming names, my lord.
On the contrary, it's a little too late, much like your defense.
Oh, sad. We've shown so much. The situation has changed, I'm sure. I thought the Bumblebee guy said, I don't know if it was only him in there. Didn't he literally say that? I thought he, like... I don't know. Oh! We have assumed that there was just poison in the tea. Because we weren't able to test the tea. I'm stupid, yeah. We had to assume that the tea was, poisoned. There was no drop at all. We've been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsumi. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there is no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsumi's tea was left at the scene. Okay. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
It's not the picture. Let me think about it, Ollie. Let me think about it. Wait, it might be the picture. What if he wasn't using ice? What if he was using tea? I want to get stepped on by Van Zykes. Thought that was just like a assumed thing. That we all wanted that. I believe tea still becomes ice if you freeze it, Nico. Yeah, but the problem is there's no clear thing to present if that's the true thing. I can present this, but that doesn't seem like very... I don't know. I mean, this, he let it sit for a very long time. Which means that he must have been... I don't know. No, I don't want a hint. I don't want a hint. You already gave me a hint. The previous line is a hint. What are you talking about, Ollie? Unsolicited hints of generous veracity. Am I forgetting a certain detail? Well, no, I don't want a hint. Okay, I'll read through everything again. What's the line? What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Okay. It's not this. Right? That wouldn't make sense. Plus there's no stain on it. The water pipes were frozen. The water pipes were frozen, so he couldn't get water. He used tea. I think that's very obvious that he used tea. It's just, what do you present? Like, do I present the picture? Because that's where the tea would be. Or do I present this because he let it sit? Like, he didn't drink it. Maybe? Well, we've already presented the picture, so I'm just gonna go for the teacups.
Take that!
Teacup. Okay, well, that's not it. I figured this is the last thing I need to present, so I can just use my penalties and the trial will end, right? Okay, let's see what Sussy Baka says. Sussy Baka, give me advice. Sussy Baka. I advise you to think more deeply before you answer things this time. Yeah. I don't even get a hint? What? 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 Okay, I don't want a hint. I don't need a hint. Let me read through it. No container was found. Ollie, am I on the right track, or am I completely, like, off? That's all I want to know. Nothing else. I think you're slowly going... Well, I'm not saying the container, like, no. The container, I don't think, is gonna come up. Where the tea is? I know where the tea is! It has to be right there, or there was that stain on the table, too. That's literally it. There's nowhere else it could be. I don't think. Teapot? Babe. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I have to think what could be used to... What would be used to hold the tea? Is it actually the teapot? Because if so, that's stupid as hell. Like, that's ridiculously stupid. Okay, good. I was gonna say, if they're just like, oh, Inspector Gregson's like, oh, I forgot to search the teapot, I'd be like, this is so dumb. Okay, I'm just gonna go through everything. Not Monsieur Lecoq, sadly. Street map, I doubt it. The pipes were all frozen, so he couldn't get water. Because Mr. Natsumi was like, I brought bottled water. I don't see how this envelope has anything to do with anything right now. Because right now, we have no idea what that is. What is that? What is that? Are those tear marks? Or are those stain marks? I can't tell. Code is not the envelope. Yes, it is. Look at it. It says L for Luigi. Look, L. Nash Skulkin's coming back. Looks like Idaho. You look like Idaho. I have... Okay, yeah, see, it's darker right here. The T was there. But that doesn't... I mean, I guess you could test the soap, but, like, that's not a liquid. There's so many things. And it's not that. I presented this, and it's not this. I really don't understand this, because it's very backhanded way of asking. I feel like I figured it out. I just don't know what to present, because I don't know what the game's logic wants. I mean, I don't see any other object that could hold the tea besides, well, the soap, obviously, because he made it in there, and the teacup. There was no drop on there. But then also I could present this and be like, oh, that's tea, actually. Test it. Like, that just might be wrong. Let me read the medical report one more time. No container was found at the scene. Yeah, because it's soap. I'm forgetting one detail. Okay, well, can I find out that detail by reading the evidence? Because I don't think I can. I think I would have realized this. I mean, he might have poisoned himself. By putting the coin in there made of tea. And the gas, like, slipped by it or something. I don't know. Where's the tea? Right now? Right there. That's the tea. That's the tea right there. That's it. That's it. I think. Where else? The teapot. The teapot. It wouldn't be in there because it would have all melted out. Well, if he actually made tea in the bar of soap, this would technically be a sample, right? Because it all touched here. There'd be poison traces on here. But that's not actually where the tea is. You know what I mean? I don't... Where is the tea? Is it at your books? I think it's there. I think it's at your books. A meal for Gabarao? Is it in that book? Okay, what was at the scene of the crime? Physical things at the scene of the crime. This. This is a picture. This was not there. This was there. I mean... Did it not melt out? Where I got all the evidence. Okay. Where I got it. Okay, this was with me. This was with me. I found this on the floor. I found this in a window. We found this on the table. This was taken in court. This was given in court. This was given in court. There was a stain on the table. There was soap and a fork. And, teacup spilled. Hang on, I gotta change my battery. My battery's dying. On my headset. What was by... I don't... Ollie, it's the soap, but is that right? That's the thing. That doesn't... That's not, like... Because there's 2 bars of soap. There's one outside on the thing, and we took one. But, like... That's what I've been saying the whole time! The soap's in there. But... That's stupid. Alright. Whatever.
Take that!
Did I do it? I didn't do it. The soap again. Wow. The same bar the victim used to fashion the coins as coins of ice. He didn't fashion them in ice. Yes, there was tea in it. Indeed, indubitably. I'm gonna eat the soap. Yeah, there were 2. Yeah, I know. There's a frozen coin in each bar. What? I thought he said the bar he picked up, it was already gone. Did we pick it up and it was in there? That... What? I thought it was already gone when we picked it up. The ice melted and we just didn't know. Oh. There seems to be a wet sensation in my pants. I wonder what that could be. Melting poison. A mysterious subject of unknown origin. An icky surprise most foul. A pipeline of mysterious contents of unknown origin. Exactly, something obviously very strange. They were red. Tea time.
The ice was red.
Yeah, dude, I know it was tea. This is... Can we not just test the stain? Like, really? Can we not just test the stain? Because it's tea. There's plenty of it dried there. Fake coins in the soap were made of frozen tea. Wow, how did I know that? So I was saying the whole time.
What?
I remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Nasume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift.
The wood absorbed liquid? Yeah, but like, you just have to have, like, the liquid would evaporate, but the poison's not going to evaporate. You know? I don't know. Like, if I spill soup on the ground, and I waited until all of the liquid evaporated. If I went and I smelled the place that I spilled it, it still smells like soup. Why? Because everything that's not the water is there. Still. So you can definitely test it for soup. Or can't you? I don't know. It's like when a police officer asks, "Have you been drinking tonight?" And you say, "No," and they're like, "Well," and they're like, "But you're being weird right now." And they're like, "Well, you can't prove it." It's like, no, you're like driving 97 miles an hour in a school neighborhood. Only a soapful, Ollie. Oh, it's just like, Ollie, you can't prove it. It smells like poop. So if it smells like poop, who shitted? How do you know? You can't prove it. Who shitted? Who farted? Smelt it, dealt it. I did it. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. So yeah, this is what I was saying. He couldn't get water, so he made it out of tea. But like, I don't like this. Because yeah, you can absolutely test evaporated tea on the ground. Absolutely. Yes, you can.
I believe there had been stuff all that day. It was particularly cold.
This is the 19th century? What the fuck? Yeah! Well, this game was made in the Nico century. You know what you do? You know what you do, Ollie? You dump water on the poison, and then you can test the water will mix with the poison, and there you go. Oh, there you go. It's crazy how that works.
Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspear, having no running water to use, point, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
By what?
That's right. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspear's window. This is just me being stupid, but I could have sworn that both of them were gone. But I guess not. I guess it was only the one. Only the one after we moved, which is really weird. They wouldn't have noticed that a mysterious substance of unknown origin.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if one drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what until now has been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea was actually contained strychnine at all. Ah!
You smug Nipponese.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. You can't tell me they have the technology to test whether it's poison, but not to test whether a stain is poison. Or had poison in it.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood. They said that earlier they need a drop, but that's just like game logic. That's stupid. They need a drop. Just dump water on it. Just mix it with a little water. If it's there, create a solution. You know what I mean? Then pour something on it. If it's like lining the cup and you need a drop, then put water in the cup and then test the water in the cup.
But since we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being, I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zyx. Not my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Wow, now that's cool. First 2-day trial. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Yes, sir.
Thank you, counsel. Court is now adjourned until tomorrow.
Like, I just couldn't get over, why can't we test the soap that the tea was in? Why can't we test the ground that the tea was very clearly there? Why can't we test the inside of the box that probably still has some condensation in there? Like, there's so many options. Okay, save current progress. All right, sure. All right, well, we did it. Wow, I'm killing it out here. I'm very clearly killing it out here. That's funny. Okay, well, you know, we did a lot today. Hey, yo, where's everyone's stuff? Where's all the stuff? Where's all my stuff? Let's see, Wagahai. We made it back in one piece. Just to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, they just moved. Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. Shaves. There are so many carriages in the street of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. Thank you. Okay, I will forgive this case as long as it does not end in that way. Because, technically, yes, that is the only pure liquid left. But, like, come on, man. I just hope it ends. And I'm not like, that's stupid. But so far it's good, other than that thing. I liked the, I like how they set up these mysteries. Like, lead you along to figure it out as you do. You know what I mean? Thank you. Oh,
You're welcome.
no, Alexa, stop it. And now that your permanent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can find something to close the court tomorrow. Yeah! Yeah! Okay. Well, everything all right? I still can't quite believe it. That's all? That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Once they stop talking is when I'll end. Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. Yeah, it should be Kazuma. Yeah, but it's not. And I'm like... I was gonna say I'm cooler than him, but that's just not true. He's way cooler than me. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside of him. Yes, I mean, I never would have had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. Kazuma's puppet is wicked. I love Kazuma's puppet. Kazuma's puppet is so funny. Here, I'm gonna show anyone who's here my Kazuma puppet I made in my class. Where is he? Where is he? Yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now that's cool. Hang on. What do you guys think of him? Do you like him? You guys like him, right? Look, it says K for Kazuma. Hang on, I gotta make this fit my screen again. I made it too big when we were watching Never Give Up. There he is. There's Kazuma-sama. That's my man right there. I like that. The show, K for Kazuma. K for Killer. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if you were here with us. Thank you, Sasibaka. Thank you. Okay. Time for bed. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, that was fun. I like this case so far. That one logic leap was... listen, it's forgivable. But I did not like that. Who should we host? We'll host Splatoon. Splatoon. What do you guys want to watch? Do you care? Thank you for being here tonight, guys. Robo and Ollie, and I don't know if Nyx is still here. But if they are, thank you. Anyone who's listening to me, and you're listening and you're acknowledging my voice and hearing it, thank you for being here. You're cool. Probably. Maybe you're not. I don't know. Maybe you smell like really nasty. Maybe you smell nasty. Like a butt cheek on a stick. I don't know. I don't know you. Ollie, do you smell like a butt cheek on a stick? You do not? I doubt that. Highly doubt that, mister. Oh, Ren's playing? Oh yeah, we'll host Ren. Ren just started a stream. I think Ren just started a stream? Yeah. Ren's playing Splatty. We will continue this game next week. This case is I'm gonna try to finish it in 2 streams. The next case is like 9 hours. I'm gonna try to finish that in 3, but that's gonna be pushing it. I might have to turn it into 4. And then the cases after that are definitely 2 stream cases. Case 3 is the longest case in this game. I don't know anything about case 3 other than it has to do with the Great Exhibition and also that it's 9 hours long. That's all I know. And then cases after that aren't as long. Okay, time to go bye-bye. Let's go see Red and play Splatoon. Sound good? Okay, good. We'll be back on Sunday. Probably. We'll be back on Sunday. No, I'm going to finish this in one more stream. I'm not going to do another... I'm not going to split this up. Go say hi to Ren. Oops. I did that wrong. I typed that completely wrong. Okay, go say hi to Ren. She just started. Thank you for being here, like I said. What else? I don't know. Sasibaka is afoot. Thank you for being here, guys. It was very fun tonight. Appreciate you. You're very cool. I take back what I said about you being stinky. You guys probably smell really good. Okay? So, I'll see you on Sunday. Probably for Splatoon. I might pick a different day. I don't know. We'll see how much work I have. I have an exam. Oh, I got so much stuff to do this weekend. Okay. Okay, yeah. What? Okay. Go say hi to Red. Bye-bye.